hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. There we go. I had my mouth way too far away from the mic. That was the problem. Okay, so I don't hear any sound hitching. I don't hear any strange background noises or audio artifacts. So let us switch headsets out. Hook up the wires so I don't yank them down with my clod hoppers. Showing my age every time I use that damn word. Alright. Let's fix some tittlies. I'm gonna fix all the tittlies. That one. And come here. That on that. Missions as they come, sure. But I want to explore this planet tonight. See what I can find to get in trouble with. Okay, don't need that. That. I'll grab this link to stick in my ad. Come over to here. Let's grab the link for Twitch. There. Copy, paste. There is ad number one. Number one has been added. Apparently I'm doing this backwards today. I can deal. Here's number 3. Okay, now we switch to this social medias. Let's put up an ad there, and let's put up an ad here. Okay, those are done. Now layer up my chats so I can talk to anybody what might stick their lovely little head in this evening. All my titles are fixed. So let's jump
Went with
in.
the normal difficulty, huh? That'd be my pick for a first playthrough. Nice to see someone with some sense around here for once.
Tell you where I left off. From my last save. Nice to see someone with some sense around here for once. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right. Schemes of the great smugglers. Investigate the greenhouse. Fairfield Clinic. Okay, I'm back. I do still need to go look at the greenhouse. Let's go check it out. Yes, check them out. Heat big greenhouse. Not the front of this place. I mean, sure. Pick up some apples. I ain't apple adverse.
I'm simply not credulous enough to accept this is where I've ended up. Doing the work of at least 3 lackeys. Or a full half-dozen automechs, all by my lonesome.
Okay, I'll pick those up. If you don't want them, I'm happy to take them off the hand. Shades of the first Outer Worlds. Greenhouse in the first town. Seems like a staple of the game by this point.
I'd welcome you, would-be consumer, but we are not a retail operation. Please visit the various consumer locations around Fairfield for all your purchasing needs. I have far too many claims on my time to be able to cater to the curious at the moment.
This looks like a lot of work. Is it just you in
I
here?
was meant to have help, but they lacked the barest amount of gray matter it takes to keep from getting locked up by excessive corporate malfeasance. So, I'm on my own here. Breaking my back, trying to buttress all these vines on top of all my other jobs. Ah, the bits I wouldn't pay for some of those mechs the Protectorate used to work this place. So, is there anything else, or can I get back to work?
You handle all this by yourself, plus you have other jobs to do?
What? No, that's... I was just being sardonic. It's my way of saying, I'm so tired, it feels like I've got 50 jobs.
Ah. Well, security thinks you're up to more than growing plants. Care to tell me what's going on?
Really? Feel you're entitled to that information, do you?
Not at all. Sneak and hack leadership. I figure it doesn't hurt to add. No. I'm trying to figure out why you'd still work here if you've got better things going
Because
on.
all these plants were unknown inside Auntie's Choice. And there's a good chance we can make something of them. Though I expect word any day that the big brains in R&D will have tweaked and twisted these plants so they're better than nature. Then we push the new product on the market. And my contract says I get 0.003427% of net after development, testing, packaging, advertising, and distribution costs. So you know, this is a pretty big deal for me.
I'm just curious what all this
Quite the
is
setup,
for.
ain't it? Before we took Fairfield, Auntie's Choice didn't have anything like this. Every kind of plant we've got was made to thrive in a chemical vat. But the Protectorate grows all their greens the old-fashioned way, with water and soil and actual fertilizer. I can't decide if it's adorably quaint or just plain daft. Then again, they all only have one job, so they have the time to indulge in all those sorts of archaic whimsies. Damn lucky Crabble copulators.
Then what do you use it for?
Research mostly. Some wholesale. And as the base for some small batch, highly exclusive, limited edition retail runs. Though I expect word any day that the big brains in R&D will have tweaked and twisted these plants so they're better than nature. Then we push the new product on the market. And my contract says I get 0.003427% of net after development, testing, packaging, advertising. Well, I've got a lot
Okay,
left to
fine,
do and
just
not
test
much
it.
time left to do it in, so you can show yourself out.
Okay, I want to say this big building here in the middle is going to be...
I've been eating the furniture. You certainly can't have mine.
Whatever skills are needed. I have yet to come in here. Can't talk to you. No. I heard that. No. They said. From here on in, I'm stealing, so keep my sticky fingers to myself. I can make sure it's all stealing. Look at the names of the crap. I don't have to worry about it. Notification of death. Dear Father, Mother, Guardian Name, I regret to inform you that your son, daughter, child, employee rank, first name, last name was killed in action at location on date. I know the sorrow that this message brings you, but no soldier rank, last name was a valuable anti-choice asset, and that his, her, their contribution to the war effort on Eden will not be forgotten. I almost thought it said will now be forgotten. Sincerely yours, Babylon Carr, Acquisitions Officer. Right. Thank you for the cloth. I appreciate it. It will come in handy. Auntie's Choice Premium Residence Leasings, Fairfield. Available appropriated protectorate lodgements. Augustine DeVries house, red trim, circle windows. Beatrice Lawrence, newly assigned Auntie's Choice residence. Emmeline Galloway, gray trim, rectangular windows. House, gray trim, oval windows. Blue trim, mixed windows. Huh. Lovely little balcony. Apparently, out on the balcony doesn't count as company property, so things up here are not stealing. Interesting tidbit of info. Well, poo, I was up there too. No. And I jumped. Did not mean to go over.
Yet you see fit to keep me in a constant state of consternation. With each unauthorized act, you jeopardize our hold of Fairfield.
Yes, but you must understand, the Protectorate citizenry is a hair's breadth from defection. Within the week, I'm certain.
Certain. Like the week prior and the week before that. Impressive foresight you wield. Should apply to join the Order of the Ascendant.
It would be difficult enough to convert the stubborn populace without your soldiers' constant, ill-advised forays.
Enough! Your yipping reminds me of my 2 old canids. I loved those canids. You, on the other hand, are trying my patience. We don't want to try Auntie's patience, do we?
No,
Auntie.
Auntie.
Yes, I thought not. Now, unless you care to see what life in the lower rungs looks like, you will both of you cease your foolish maneuvering immediately. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, Auntie.
Good. See that it is done. I will brook no more disappointments. And while you're at it, you might want to look into your security situation, Commander. I'm not accustomed to an audience when addressing my subordinates.
Who in the void? Eavesdropping on Auntie's choice business is like to get a body shot for spine. Though you're not wanting for moxie. I'll give you that.
Hold a moment, Carr. When opportunity comes visiting, perhaps it's better not to riddle it full of holes. Our new compatriot may be of assistance.
A surprisingly good point, especially from you. She only forbade us using our own personnel. Be a whole other matter were a stranger to happen to aid one of us. But which? Well, you seem an observant sort, so I expect you'll tire of Milver Street's bluster soon enough. Come see me before agreeing to whatever absurdity he proposes. Unlike him, I have some work actually befitting your time. I'll be waiting.
Alone at last. I never thought she'd leave. Now then, allow me to introduce myself. I am D.B. Milver Street, Minister of Marketing, Duke of Demographics, Commercial Condottiere, President of Promotional Material. Tell me, do you believe in signs?
Commercial condottiere? I'm an idiot. I'm not an idiot, so no. Everything happens for a reason. You're trying to sell me something. Let me leave for a bit to come up with an answer. Space Ranger. What? You're trying to sell me something.
I sell to the gullible and impressionable. You, however, seem a mite too clever to buy what I'm peddling. No, friend, I've got something better in mind for you. I do not believe in signs. I believe in opportunities. Right now, at this moment, you and I have an opportunity to save countless lives. But I'm hardly the type to beg and ask for nothing in return. Tell me, what do you desire of this island?
Think we could trust
Was
this
that
guy?
that? Absolutely not.
Is this a bad time to mention I can read lips?
I'm trying to find someone here. Name of Augustine de Vries.
I have some faint recollections of the fuzz beneath my hat. Perhaps I saw such a name amidst my perusal of the Protectorate domicile assignment records. The record room is in this building. You have my permission to peruse at your leisure. But surely a go-getter like yourself has more ambitious goals on our island. Share them with me, and we can brave them together.
I need to get into the Vox room.
Ambitious, aren't we? Easily the best protected location on Paradise Island. Hardly a place for a stroll. But if you assist me, I promise to get you inside. Better yet, helping me shall result in our saving dozens, no, hundreds of lives. Your conscience shall be renewed.
Uh-huh. Nice sales pitch.
Can't blame a body for wanting to practice, can you? Fine. I'll give it to you straight then. Auntie may demand Carr and I do nothing, but for each moment I remain inactive, dozens fall in meaningless combat. I seek a persuasive method of alleviating this conflict. The Protectorate utilizes a procedure known as mental refreshment to ease the temperament of wayward subjects. The Ministry of Accuracy contains vital information about the process and where it is performed. This is the prize I seek. I previously sent a grafted soldier, Trooper Sealong, to retrieve said information, but I have not heard from her in some time. Consequently, I must presume the worst.
What's a grafted soldier?
Grafted soldiers were the subjects of the Enhanced Soldier Program, so named as its intent was to utilize nature to enhance a soldier's natural talents. Unfortunately, the program resulted in many casualties, and what few successes we had were, literally short-lived.
You must not have much faith in your troops if you're sending me after
I
them.
may be a motivator of persons, but I'm also something of a realist. Our grafted soldiers are capable at their apex, but many degrade before accomplishing themselves. I chose Trooper Sealong to grant her the opportunity to be of use. But the grafting program was shuttered with good reason. Best to be thorough.
What do you know about mental refreshment?
Protectorate subjects willingly submit themselves to a kind of mental reset designed to bring them closer to the Protectorate ideal. But I have reason to believe that their system is less rigid than Protectorate leadership would claim. It's ripe for exploitation. Is there a more beautiful phrase?
Ripe for exploitation. So, go to this ministry and retrieve the info.
Yes.
Anything else?
One additional word of warning. The good Commander Carr shall not take kindly to your working with me, though that is a bridge most worth burning in my estimate.
Good point. I'll be back.
Watch out for that Auntie Cleo. I know she don't look it, but she's more dangerous than she seems. Even the whole of Spears' choice couldn't outmaneuver her.
If you're looking. You're here early. I expected you'd be on the receiving end of Milver Street's bluster until close to the end of time. Happy that ain't the case, as I can make use of you. I'm Officer Babylon Carr, head of aggressive acquisitions and persons elimination on Paradise Island. Let no one say I can't be official when circumstances merit. Now, not to say I question the presence of a wayward sightseer in the midst of a war-torn waste, but it might be safer for us both if I knew your purpose.
I don't think I'm ready for this kind of honesty in a relationship. Having a purpose has never really been my thing, but I'm supposed to go to the Vox.
The Vox, eh? Bent on bloody self-destruction, I could just have my troops dispatch you, save you the effort. Although if you were keen on continuing to draw breath, perhaps you and I could broker a deal. There are Protectorate vitals need bled. You could do the bleeding.
Have you seen any unusual Protectorate subjects? I'm looking for someone named DeVries.
Unusual refers to every turncoat and is not a halfway strong enough phrase. Try gormless cretins who can not so much as wipe their running noses without begging permission. Don't know if there's a DeVries here. Not my department. Milver Street befriends the ex-subjects, keeps tabs on them. Ask him. Why are you looking for them? Who are they to you?
Like I said, just an old
Sorry to
friend.
be the one to say it, but if your friend is still amidst Protectorate ranks, bet as good as any they may have met their end.
Seems to me that you care more about efficiency than saving human lives.
I haven't broken an idealist over my knee in ages. Open your ears wide, friend, for this is a whetstone well scoured. Efficiency saves human lives. Engage a detachment in open combat. Expect dozens dead on both sides. Kill their commander beforehand, and their soldiers will rout without a shot fired. Such is war. Milver Street, for all his book learning, doesn't seem capable of understanding such. I hope you're a sharper sort than he, willing to do what must be done.
Isn't soliciting my help unauthorized? Seems your boss will be mad at you.
My employer would assuredly be filled with wrath if it were my forces I were committing. But enlisting a freelancer on my own dime is hardly committing any forces. If you fail, I'll be out nothing, and Auntie shall be none the wiser. And if you succeed, I can't be blamed if my plans came to fruition on their own.
I only just got here. You'll have to fill me in on where I am before we talk business.
This fine settlement is Fairfield. Once in the Protectorate's grasping claws, now Auntie's newest foothold on Paradise Island. When we arrived, it was thick with yaysayers, a hair's breadth away from sacrificing themselves to their old masters. Now they've seen the golden glow of the free market. Entertaining as it is to root out dozens of entrenched, suicidally murderous subjects, I'd take the efficiency of capitulation any day.
One victory, a million more battles to go. Nothing seems suspicious about this sudden mass changing of
Only
heart.
thing not suspicious in this life is when a body points a gun at you. You can rest assured I don't expect these turncoats are as true as their word. We keep them away from heavy machinery and weapons, and we make them earn their keep. Through that, any who ain't truly converted will learn, sooner or later.
All right, let's hear what it is you want from
I
me.
want the Protectorate war effort exsanguinated. You want into the Vox Relay. You help me, I help you. There's a particular holding we shelled early in the war, name of Euphoria Coast Automech Repair Center. Deserves a raising for the length of its blasted name alone. My scouts report recent Protectorate attempts to bring it back to functioning. I need the place sabotaged, lest Automechs return to aid the Protectorate war effort in droves. Should note, the ministers like to take our working together as a personal affront. Aid me, and I suspect he'll rescind any offer he may have made to you.
Mill Street said the same thing about you. He wants information on mental refreshment.
Do you suggest that our good minister has lost patience with playing fair and now seeks to delve into the oily recesses of brainwashing? Oh, for shame. He's devoted to his half measures. I'll give him that. But he wouldn't have to wheedle and connive if he knew directness. Milver Street's grinning manipulation won't earn nothing but more of our own dead. Work with me.
Wouldn't it be simpler to kill everyone in the facility than to sabotage?
Certainly could. I wouldn't shed a tear on behalf of those drones, but the Protectorate is used to losing its people, and there'd no doubt be a replacement crew in a week's time. The repair center itself needs to be permanently put out of commission. Anything else is temporary.
So then what you're telling me is anyone I kill in the process of sabotaging that place is not your concern. Gotcha. What's the plan for infiltrating the facility?
Could be direct. Feign that you're an assistant of some kind, though you'd have to have some know-how regarding engineering. But a simpler path would be paying a visit to the Ministry of Accuracy, liberating some credentials. Yaysayers ain't capable of suspecting a piece of paper. Think all you like. Speak to Milver Street if he ain't already stuck his hooks in you. I'm confident you got the spine for what must be done.
All right. Box relay. Seek assistance in infiltrating. Acquisitions Officer Carr has a task that needs doing. Said he could help you. Town Hall. Milver Street couldn't recall much about DeVries, but suggested sifting through the Town Hall's records for a hint as to her goings on while in Fairfield. Locate DeVries' house. DeVries was assigned a house at Red Trim. Search for information left behind. Find information. Couldn't recall much about DeVries, was sifting through the Town Hall's records. Investigate the greenhouse. Seemed to know a lot more than she's saying about the criminal activity of Hereford. You should look for more information on her. The compliance adjuster received anonymous evidence against some smugglers from an unknown benefactor he suspects could be Emily Galloway. A healthy improvement. Keys to the lockbox. Val asked you to unlock the first lockbox, especially pertaining to Cleo's damage. Stalking an associate of angry ascendants. Savannah at the order of Ascendant Chapel. Called out one of her associates, a woman named Savannah, with a nearby order of the Ascendant Chapel. Destroy all the Protectorate hover drones in the hills around the Ministry of Accuracy. Meet with Jackson Plum in Spire Grove to gain the schematics. Huel said the road leading directly from Fairfield to Spire Grove's plateau is blocked by a damaged cargo lift, but there's another route. Southern end of Paradise Island. He admitted you might find a place to climb up the cliffside if you dare. Refreshing bit of news. Visit the Ministry of Accuracy to locate information and Protectorate and his mental refreshment. Trooper Xiong, a grafted trooper, was previously sent to do the same job. Aiding Mill Retreat should help you get into the Vox Relay. The Saboteur. Emmeline Galloway. Compliance adjuster. Security officer in Fifth is the motion green. Oh, there's overseer for criminal. Yeah, there's nothing else to do in there. Those are both ways out on the balcony. Outside. Did it not save after I went to...
Commander, there is a 98.7% chance that hunting Agent DeVries will require greater amounts of ammunition than you currently possess. Ammunition can be purchased at vending machines or crafted at a workbench using materials like this collection of scrap metal and powder.
I can also help you craft items in a pinch when we're out together. Most won't even explode on you.
While more ammunition. Inhaler charge.
Can't get that Andy's Choice jingle out of my head. Hey, if I start humming it, you do what you gotta. Anyway, need something, Commander? Sure. Always happy to tool around for a bit. What did you have in mind?
Three and 12. I wonder if it's any different. We just go in here. 3 and 12. No, it's the same. Yeah. There. Got more ammunition. Tiny metal death pellets. Alright, mod vending machine. Auntie's Choice replenishment. Okay, that looks like the... Yeah, that's the military area. So let's go this way. Corrosion soak. Oh, well, hello there, Raptodon.
Pulverizing them suffice? No, I couldn't liquefy them. Apply heat and congeal them into kibble no beast could resist. Oh, Ethel, darling, you're a genius.
Oh, hi, Drew.
Approach with less haste next time, won't you? Copernicus may be tame, but he still doesn't take kindly to being startled.
Ever since I accidentally passed my wife a glue stick instead of her chapstick, she hasn't spoken to me. Hey, dude, I did it. Got the 100%. Yeah, I saw the pictures, screenshots. Every quest, mission, objective, fish, item, and equipment. Don't recommend. The story was alright. The extra stuff was unnecessary. In my opinion, the extra stuff to get platinum achievements is almost always unnecessary. But that's my opinion. Why don't we start with introductions?
I am Ethel Tinsley, chimeric scientist. I'm responsible for taming this delightful raptidon here. He will protect our fair town from his feral brethren in the wilds. Theoretically. Officer Carr has been in a state waiting for me to train the Raptidons to, maul on command. It's rather pressing, and alas, one scientist turned tamer can only do so much. One might say I'm perhaps a bit on edge. Folk here have grown weary, shall we say, with the war effort, and with avoiding Carr and the minister's would-be fisticuffs.
I'm well acquainted with Carr and River Streets.
If you two have spotted the chasm between them, I fear the Protectorate have already pinpointed the way with which to exploit it. I'm unused to the way things are done here, I suppose. The Protectorate leadership never behaved in such a manner.
Save a lady's cat, hide and seek with some kids, give a dude some silver, and he tries to fight you to get more tons of filler, right? And for the Be on Fire and Kill 3 elites, I just reset my level, stood on a straw roof, lit it on fire, and just headshot everything. Hey, that's a decent idea. Reset your level? What do you mean you reset your level? Like you unallocated all your skill points? Is that what you're talking about? How would you know about that?
Well, because I was Protectorate. Once. I defected to Andes the second I could. But that's not the point of this conversation. Not when our leaders cannot reach an accord. One wishes to woo Protectorate subjects to our ranks. The other wishes to secure a decisive victory with weaponry and technology. As for which approach is best, I wish I knew.
I'm beginning to see why they both begged for my help.
Have they? Goodness. Then it seems things are more precarious than I realized. If you do intend to lend your aid to the Minister or Officer Carr, I only ask that you consider the ramifications.
That's interesting. I hadn't considered that. Because your power level is 1, just about everybody is elite. That's an interesting concept.
Very well.
Let's talk about something else.
I ought to focus more on my work than on social tensions anyhow.
You said something about being ex-Protectorate earlier.
Well, I was a subject once. Despite my talents, the plan dictated that I should be relegated to programming cleaning mechs. Bah. But then, Auntie's Choice came along and offered to transform our lives for the better. I chose to accept. And look where I am today. Over the last year, I have climbed the rungs of my division through the sheer merit of my work. I have finally earned the respect I was always due.
What happened to the people who didn't join Antis?
Poor things. They either fought to the last or chose to flee. It's regrettable, but some folk just aren't ready to embrace change. All they knew was being told how to live. They couldn't imagine any other way. Ask any of the other Protectorate subjects who converted, and they'd echo my words. When one can allow their ambitions to show, that is true freedom.
What about your friends and family? Is that how they
Why
feel?
do you assume I had anyone I could consider as such? My parents returned to the void long ago. No siblings, no children. I am the sole bearer of my name. As for friends, few cared for a janitor who talked to herself and preferred her books to praising the sovereign. Couldn't possibly understand what it's like to be seen as nothing. Then finally be afforded the opportunity to prove your worth. In any case, I do hope I've satisfied your curiosity. The war effort and liberating the rest of the Protectorate waits for no one, you understand?
Tell me more about taming raptidons.
I work directly with Officer Carr and her soldiers to ensure they're outfitted with the best raptidon counterparts Paradise Island can provide. In theory, they'll be trusted to guard our most precious assets, including our leadership. For now, they deter encroachment from wild raptidons. It's most agreeable.
Does this program require you to give the raps goofy names?
Dear, I rather hoped that Copernicus rolled off the tongue a sight better than designation C0P3R. I suppose I'll ensure he responds to both in any case.
Interesting. Greetings, Copernicus. You are a terrifying but beautiful bit of Mother Nature. Yes. Private notes that are not read and therefore give me some demerits for snooping into. I don't mind if I do. Musings on raptidons. Well, I have officially gone from chimeric scientist to raptidon onboarding specialist, but it's not so harsh a change as I feared. These creatures require constant feeding, house training, combat conditioning, and praising in dulcet tones. Yes, but they've also provided me ample opportunity to study their constitution. They've taken well to a salve I developed for wound care, far better than the average human would have. While my previous work may be lost to history, I can't help but wonder, might this have been used to aid graft recipients? If so, would we perhaps have had more successes than failures? Milver Street has come calling for his subcutaneous injections again. I'll write more on my findings later. Subcutaneous. DB military halted at assimilation. DB, first, I want to thank you for always being so kind and such a great listener. You have been of immense assistance to me in the past few years. I write to you today because I admit I'm at a bit of a crossroads. Is it reasonable to be among a society for so long, yet to feel so separate from it? Try as I might to feel one with Auntie's choice, it's as if I'm donning a costume. I wish I didn't feel so. Any advice you have would be much appreciated, your friend Ethel. That's an odd noise for you not to have an animation that matches it. Very, very, very odd. A burst light pistol? Explosive grenade, biomass canister, distraction. Interesting. Antibiotics. The hell? Okay.
So who are you rooting for in the tossball leagues this season? Tossball? Regal tarts. Want able to help you acclimate? I've already read that. Ah, this is Hercules. Saboteur. More information on her. Find keys around Arcadia from vendors to unlock the lockbox. All right. How many of those are there here? There's 1, 2, 3, 4. Saloon and clinic. Loss prevention warrant officer. Okay, let's learn how to make short rounds. And I think I'm going to take all of the ammo, actually. And I'll go ahead with the biomass grenade too. Okay.
Administrator controls? Unseal cellar. Ah, okay. This is the building that they were hiding in the basement of. Alright, so I got that one.
This new corporate life
So let's check this one. A smoke grenade. Biomass canister, short round shock rod shells. I bought those. Biomass grenade. Okay. I need to buy those again. Even if I did, I don't
Welcome,
think I would.
welcome. See anything you like? How can I improve your
Possibly.
day the Auntie's way?
Let
Like
me
they
see
say,
what you have
a bit
for
spent
sale.
today is a bullet fired tomorrow.
That's the Rattler. Okay, that's the little pistol that my roommate liked so much that turns the compact ammo, the short rounds, into shotgun shells. Light pistol, plasma barrel. Trip blade, shiny servo. It is a Rattler. How much is it? Too much. Okay. Alright, if I sell off some of this. I have 11 of these. I have them. Corrosion shock defensive plates cannot sell stolen items back to their original owner. Trauma kit.
Dirty Dave shootout! Merciful law, what am I paying you for? Okay. Let's
Foot soldier armor. Okay, is there anything different in this one? These are all Waponra. Good old Waponra. More Waponra. Just the 2 pages, huh? That's all they sell here is Waponra. Let's see. Biomass. Crud biomass. Compact rounds, explosion grenades, shells, short rounds. Corrosion shock, resistance, and physical. Okay. I think I want to make some short rounds. And from here, I go along the front. Oh no, along the front of this building.
You'd be back. What do you need this time? I'm sure you'll find something to your liking.
Reclamation raiment. Don't remember seeing that before. Medium 5. Scrap recycling. Whenever you take damage in combat, you have 5% chance to receive scrap metal or black powder. Chance increased to 15%. Wow. Cost cut materials. Wish I knew where she was keeping that. I might risk trying to steal it. Sharpshooter monocle. A snapper cloak. Trooper plate carrier. Black powder, energy canister, and scrap metal. Okay, well, you don't have any of those. About this. These are all weapons stuffs. Okay. Nothing really there. Oh, that's a scrap.
My commanding manager gave me great advice. If you got time to leave, you got time to clean the latrine. Moral of the story? Never leave.
Never lean. Alright, let's go in here and see what I can see.
A lot of fresh blood in the town pool around here with these protectorate defectors. Not sure how I feel about that, except that I hate it.
Hi, Lorenz. These defectorate protectors. This bounty. Okay, let's see what this person says.
I must ask you to hold still. Take this admonishment with all the professional affection a physician can legally administer. In future, you might consider moving away from bullets instead of into them.
But without my leg, how am I going to climb the ranks?
Literally, probably not very dexterously. Metaphorically, well, that depends on your own initiative, doesn't it? Here are my supplies.
Anticleos to the Drino infusion starter. Coagular mushroom. Raptidon venom sacs. Nicotine lubricant. Okay. I think that's all I can reasonably do here. So.
Might I have a word, Commander?
Can't believe some of those protectorate hull heads just couldn't see the benefit of something.
Fairfield Saloon. Crabble spawning grounds. Fairfield's landing pad. Alright. Search for Jackson Plum. Perilous Grove to the Grove. Diabolical Drones of Doom to destroy drones. Stalking an associate of Angry Ascendants. And infiltrate the Vox relay. The hell, let's go up here to... after I look and see what's over here. Building. I see it. Because I see a building.
I mean, this whole capitalism thing isn't so dreadful after all. It allows me a choice between fishing and sanitary engineering.
That's far more freedom than we were ever offered while living under the Protectorate. Also,
Very good.
Can you believe we receive pay? That is to say, monetary remuneration for our work? What a novel.
Monetary remuneration?
We receive 2 rest days a year, which are also paid? But we compensated for doing literally nothing? I believe it's called
A vacation. Oh, a Terra Ray wing. Oh wow, something grabbed a mag pick and a biomass grenade. Gravel. Okay, I just found out of the world seafood. Crabble shell. Crabble plasma gland? Crabbles have plasma glands? That doesn't sound right. Moderation minerals. Tribute unfiltered. Off. I'm liking this treasure hunter thing that I got, because it's finding me a whole lot of extra stuff. A whole lot. Hello, Janitor Mech. Advanced decryption key. Yes, please. Fried crabble patties. Okay. Woolly beanie, clothing. Meat, patties, sparkling water. Tribute dignity. Scrap metal. Yay, treasure hunter. It's... No! Can't turn that radio off. Bracelet. Necklace. Pocket watch. A Crockett potch. Grab a music box? Sure, why not?
I know I've been pushing to find DeVries, so this might seem a bit of a left turn. Avoid it. I'm just gonna ask. Got an old friend here on the island. The doctor who patched me up after Horizon Point. Ex-Protectorate, a good man. Tracked on the Westport a short time ago, but never got up the nerve to visit. Reckon we could drop by and pay him a visit. Brief one, of course.
Good idea. I'm 10 years overdue for my annual
I'm being
physical.
serious here, Commander. Could you try doing the same? I had some bad years on my own. Now with you here being part of a team, this might sound a mite soppy, but I feel like I could be a proper agent again. That starts with writing accounts. This friend of mine, Zebulon Tran, I let him down. And I've been chewing on that live wire for a while. Too long, maybe.
What happened between
After I
you two?
recovered from Horizon Point, Zeb and I ran together for a spell, doing what we could to help folks in difficult spots. Fighting protectorate tyranny in small ways. Too small for Zeb, as it turned out. He was unhappy before I showed up, and after, well, all my directorate talk fired him up even more. I had my orders. I was to stay low. Couldn't let the protectorate catch wind of an Earth Directorate agent in its midst. But Zeb, he kept pushing to take more extreme action.
Sounds like he put you in a tough
Wasn't
spot.
like I didn't want to take things farther. Hit the protectorate where it hurt. But I still had my cover to think of too. I couldn't risk disrupting the mission.
What mission? Horizon Point was a bust.
All the more reason the Earth Directorate needed someone in the system keeping an eye on things. Luckily, Val and I survived.
I respect you putting the mission first in spite of everything. It's
I'd
dedication.
feel better about that commendation if things hadn't turned out as they did. We worked hard, but the Protectorate's Arbiters and Sentinels worked harder. Often than not, our help only made targets of the folks whose lives we were trying to improve. Didn't matter what we did. Arcadia was still caught under the Protectorate's boot.
You were trying to do the right thing. That's what an Earth Directorate agent should do.
Guess some of what you said way back when stuck. Oh, that talk about putting people first. Figured that's what I was doing. Putting a stop to all the pain I was causing. Anyway, things weren't good. Zeb and I couldn't find the rhythm we had before. We were arguing every day. Eventually, cutting ties just seemed for the best. Clean like. Only later I learned Zeb hadn't given up the struggle like I assumed he would. He got to stay in mental refreshment for his trouble. That's the last I heard of him. Till recent.
Be straight with me, Niles. What are you hoping to get out of seeing?
If it weren't for Zeb, I'd be in the ground. It's a debt I never properly repaid. Plus, I don't relish his last memory of me being a vanishing act. I owe him better. And since finding you, well, a lot feels possible now that didn't before.
Yeah, no time like the present to make up for past mistakes. Let's go
Much
see your
appreciated, Commander. Promise, I won't be making a habit of pulling skeletons out of my closet. Westport's on the east side of the island. I tracked Zeb to somewhere on its outskirts, but never got up the nerve to visit before now. We ought to start there.
Okay, well, I was not completely without its... You know what? Let's go out and check down. Without its profit margin. Okay, these are sprats. Director of Resource Exploitation, Betty Schmush.
Thanks for not crushing my plans, friend. I'm the Senior Principal Chief Director of Natural Studies, Acquisitions, and Monetization on Paradise Island. But call me Betsy. I'm always out looking for exciting new plants, rocks, and critters, but you can likely puzzle that out on your own. Say, you ain't looking for a job, are you? It's easy. Just need to confirm reported locations of a few rare and highly valuable plants. You can keep anything you find.
Anything I find?
Anything. Just so long as you bring me back confirmation as to the wheres of where you found them.
Suppose an itchy trigger finger is pretty close to a green thumb.
Well,
Tell me more.
You got me grinning to split my noggin clean in two. But enough of that. To business. I got a stack of reports, but since we're not supposed to be riling things up with the Protectorate right now, I can't go investigate them myself. It might be seen as aggressive. But since you're an unaffiliated freelancer, you could handle this task no problem. Just go to these places and verify if the resource is there or not, and report back to me.
Sounds like easy bits to me.
Friend,
I'll do it.
You and I are about to become very wealthy. First up, I need you to find a beautiful flowering plant called Heartless Lephoria. It can be found across Arcadia. More specifically, it's typically found near Zeranium, so it's spread along with the Protectorate civilization, since their technology is mostly powered by Zeranium.
Zeranium. I've heard the name, but I don't know much about it.
Extremely toxic and fairly volatile, but it's a right good source of energy if you know how to handle the stuff. Like I said, most Protectorate technology runs on it. You'll know it if you see it. It's black and silver, and it sort of hangs in the air on account of it being the same density. Don't go near it. Even a full helmet won't help you.
Well, I'm ready to commence searching whenever you are.
Straight to it then. I got 2 reports so far. One near the Automech Repair Center in the southeast corner of the island. The second is to the north of here and a little east of the bridge. And again, friend, anything you find is yours. I don't want to get audited for unapproved stock. Just need someone to put lamps on those spots and verify them for me.
Understood. I'll be back once I verified those locations. Nicotine. Oh, that one's not stealing. Okay, I have robbed you blind. So this one, this, I mean, I was headed there, so I'll go there. No, not that one. This one. Good luck finding all of the things you're missing. I think that's the trees creaking in the wind. Does sound a little creepy though. Arbiter training facility? Well,
I'll always be curious about the kind of training that'll produce an arbiter. Can't imagine it's pleasant.
Entering a hostile zone. Enemies detected. Please exercise caution.
Kind of it. That's what I'm here for, right? I'm exploring. So let's see what I can find and what kind of trouble I can get into. Dangerous enemies. Enemies with skulls next to their health bar are dangerous, signifying that you might be too underleveled to fight them. If you're having trouble overcoming them, try gaining a few levels before coming back. Like leaders or bosses, these enemies are resistant to certain powerful effects and must be dealt enough damage to make them weak first. Okay, so security turrets. Oh. Particularly tough enemies are noted via their health bar, signifying that they are especially challenging. These are reserved for the leaders and strongest fighters of a group. These enemies are more resistant to certain powerful effects, requiring them to take damage first to make them weak. Yeah, I don't think I should go snooping through there right now. If you were coming, then come on so I can shut the door. Let's leave this place alone for now. I'll come back to it. Lots of things in there that are skull level. Corporate negotiator.
Careful of friendly fire if you head down past the farm. Last time we wandered past, they opened fire on us. A real code 472. 472 means they're gonna fill anything that moves full of holes. Careful of friendly fire if you head down past the farm. Last time... Last time we wandered past, they opened fire on us. A real code 472. Word is Milver Street is ordering a watch on the Protectorate survivors in Westport. Wants any changes reported.
Westport Observational Report. Auntie's Choice Observational Report, Westport. Infrastructure state moderate to low. Initial fighting caused substantial damage to Westport's infrastructure. They still have power, limited potable water, and passable fortifications. Worth noting that they are experiencing a severe shortage of auto mechanicals. Morale state moderate. Morale is holding in Westport. Subjects still believe that the Sovereign will swoop in and save them. This resolve seems rather fragile, though. A couple more hardships could shatter that resolve. This standoff is working against us. Additional notes. Vigilant Hogarth himself is preoccupied by some schism in local command. This type of internal conflict in the Protectorate chain of command should be exploited if at all possible. Hate that kind of work. It always sounds like so much effort. That kind of thing ain't even on my...
It always sounds like so much effort. That kind of thing ain't even on my contract. Our street is offering fixed rewards for...
I'm gonna take some foot soldier armor.
But I do love babes. Come on, friend. Let's go to the labs and have something juicy for Milver Street.
Bubblegum Slims. But still nothing particularly juicy. What's this? Auntie's Choice Biomass Weapon Workbench. It appears that someone gave up halfway through a project. You have all the ingredients and parts needed to easily create several biomass weapons.
If you're wondering why there's so many engineers sitting here on their rears, it's because the dang Crabbles ran us out of the desalinator. Now we're stuck here on standby wages.
Personal, like, trading some wages not to have to deal with saltwater for a while is just fine by me. The residue is more than a mite irritating.
I don't even want to think about the damage those Crabbles are gonna do to my machines.
They're Crabbles. They ain't gonna do nothing to your precious terminal. Only thing they're a danger to was us.
Yeah, you may have the right of it. I just ain't certain.
I mean, if Crabbles have plasma glands, that may not be the case. Do you know what plasma can do to terminals? Not that I'm particularly trying to mean us all.
Scout report.
Yes, sir. Looks like the repair center is still out of order, sir.
Excellent. At ease, Scout. Glad to hear that they haven't managed to repair it, even if Command has temporarily put the actual fighting to a stop.
It's not the best choice. It's Auntie's choice. Oh, that's a Crabble. Crabble Hammerclaw. Okay, take some meat. Crabble meat. Arboreal Screamer. Well, that didn't kill him like I had thought it might. That one's gone, though. Nothing lootable. Bright orange monkeys, they look like. Arboreal Screamer hide. Sure. Why not? Somebody lost some bits. Mine now. I mean, it will totally take advantage of critters that steal shinies. Find their nests and ooh, terror rays. I remember when those were enemies, like things to be feared. Now they've been demoted to like background wildlife. Research crater. biomass. Bullet claws. Hatchlings. It's found a flaw in you. Bad knees. Years spent crouching have really done a number on your knees. They ache and squeak, but as long as you stay crouching, you can ignore the pain. 50% crouch speed. But crouching emits a 10-meter radius sound that hostiles can hear and investigate. What? Yeah, I don't think so. There is smoke coming from that over there. That is enough of a reason for me to want to investigate. Bullet claws. Plasma gland. This intact amplifier from the innards of the automech appears to have suffered grievous injury at the claws and pincers of Crabbles. A small engraving on its armor reached property of Euphoria Coast Automech Repair Center. A catalytic amplifier. Wonder if I'd have gotten more out of that if I had any kind of measurable engineering acumen. Probably, huh? Probably. Let's see. Evasion, damage resistance, and combat sprint. Piscator clothing. Foot soldier armor. Cost cut materials, 30% damage resistance, but 5% damage resistance is lost every time the wearer takes damage, down to no additional bonus. Resets on combat end. I mean, I'm not against that. Not against that at all. Critical chance and critical damage. Toxicity drain, energy recharge. Incognito. Critical chance and critical damage. 5 and 40. Yeah. Distraction and explosive. Let's drink some tea, shall we? Worst loaf. 100% Crabble. No additives, no stabilizers, just pure liquefied Crabble meat. Pre-sliced bread. Moderation mini rolls, bite-sized for arbiters. Fried Crabble patties. Okay.
Who goes there? By orders of Marshal Donaldson, no one comes or goes to the Automech Repair Center without approval. What's your business here?
Euphoria Coast Automech Repair Center access. Engineering 2 or 3. What is this place anyway?
Oh, jeez. Weren't you paying attention? This is the Automech Repair Center. The name itself encompasses our mission, our identity, and our purpose. And if you weren't already aware of us, I'm guessing you have no business here.
Fair point. I'll be on my way.
Smart move. Don't even try getting through this checkpoint without approval. We're low on everything but bullets.
Everything but bullets. Protectorate Trooper, don't mind if I do.
Confronting.
Going underground. The hell? Whoa.
Give the order and I'll take care of him, Commander.
Okay.
Engaging hostile life forms.
Not walking this off. Stand me back up. Knew you had my back.
Resident. Protectorate. Trooper steel helmet. Arc convoy audio
Once we
log.
arrive at the Automech facility, we'll unload and begin cataloging the state of the various Automechs.
Are you recording the drive? Cadet, I do not believe this is what the Sergeant intended by documenting the process. Allow me to handle it. Now where's the off switch?
Boyd, we're being bombed. Disembark. Lose formation to the beach. Double time. We can take shelter in the rocks. Praise the Sovereign. We made it. Halt. Everyone quiet. What's that clacking noise? Oh, shit! Crabbles! Form defensive perimeter type 14A! Ah!
Got caught out in here. Anti-morbidic soda. And a taste that you will enjoy. Shock. Okay. So I got a few new things there. Tactical time dilation. Auntie's acidic dematerializer. Nicotine blast proof defense. High security lockbox. Valerie's modulate. There's another high security lockbox. It's a tasking hat. Got 2 advanced decryption keys. Security map. Okay, so these are the good, that's good. So I got a couple of new weapons to consider here. Voted anti-ordnance's most popular handgun for 3 months running. Compact rounds. 3-round burst. Ugh. Charged machine pistol. I mean, good damage. Each individual bullet, I might take it. Burn through compact rounds. Shock machine gun. Speedy light pistol. increases magazine capacity and reload speed and adds penetration through soft targets. Kinetic biomass pistol. Reduce ammo cost. And shock rods. Yeah. Actually, and has increased crit chance. Penetration. I think I'd rather use that one. Alright. Mayup. Arbiter Facility. Let's see if I put down a marker here. I'll hit wall. To wall. Sit. Defensive plates. Damaged Zyrantium tanks. These Zyrantium tanks appear to be intact despite the damage they've suffered. There should be enough Zyrantium inside to create several Zyrantium grenades.
Must be at least a few usable parts in here. Ah, it's warped. Just like everything else. Hello there. You wouldn't happen to have found any usable parts in all this debris?
No, I can't tell him about the Zyrantium containers in the back. That means they're low on common sense. Not sure what you mean. Jack, how you doing, my dude? Just bits of scrap, nothing complete.
Westport stockpiles of replacement parts are nearly depleted. I need to find some parts to convert some of our automechanicals, non-combat parts. Fortunately, there's nothing here that's salvageable. Auntie's bombs sure take their toll, don't they?
Yep. Were all these damaged by Auntie's
Yes
attack?
and no. The bombs certainly took a fierce toll, but I suspect these were all in various states of disrepair even before Auntie's offensive, which has made sorting out where to begin my efforts here rather difficult. There should be a manifest somewhere, but it's nowhere to be found. Nor are the troopers who should have been escorting this. Where are their bodies?
Could they have been killed by wild creatures and dragged off?
The only species in these parts that would pose such a threat to an armed escort squad would be crabbles. But the guard at Westport has always made a point of culling them with automechs so they don't get out of hand.
You mean the same automechs that you're desperately trying to find replacement parts for?
Well, yes, the one and the same. Ah, I see your point there. Not so easy to cull Crabbles without operational automechs.
What exactly are you trying to convert your mix to
Let's
do?
just say to fill Westport's needs. If you follow the road heading north, you can't miss it. Used to be a sight to behold, but the war hasn't been kind to it. To any of us.
Such is the way of
True
war.
enough. A few years ago, I couldn't have imagined us running short of anything. And now here I am, digging through scrap for parts. But I digress. Was there anything else? Need to get back to my hunt, you understand?
What was this? Where was this convoy of mechs
Unless
headed?
I missed my guess, this looks like it was transporting damaged and malfunctioning automechs from the Vox station to the Automech Repair Center to the south of here. The center is... Say, you don't work for Antes, do you? This is beginning to feel more than a little like you're digging for intelligence.
I assure you I am.
Fair enough. As I was saying, the Automech Repair Center is south of here. Regrettably, subjects of Westport no longer have access to the repair center, hence my need to scavenge.
Been a pleasure, but I have to go.
Likewise. And please inform me if you happen upon any usable parts.
What do you mean you're leaving?
Shift's over. I have a life outside this place, you know.
A life? Outside our lab? No. No. Audacious advances requires commitment. Absolute commitment! Raring to fight. What do you mean you're leaving?
Be advised. Physiological cues indicate acute cantankerousness in nearby armed guards. A stealthy approach is suggested.
Alert. Hostiles.
Picked up the ladder before I did. All I get is more tasks, more pressure. No spread fucking raise.
Trauma kits.
Enthusiastically neutralizing unfriendlies.
Here we go.
Commander.
Drug crash. Overuse of the medical inhaler can cause you to experience a drug crash. While crashing, the inhaler is disabled. Further, to prevent crashes, ensure you're watching your toxicity closely. Investing in the medical skill can increase the amount of toxicity you can accrue. Okay. I guess I just can't go into that place just yet. Ursopod biological overview. What the hell is an ursopod? There we go. That's how you do it.
What do you mean you're leaving?
Ship's over. I have a life outside this place, you know.
A life? Outside our lab? No. No. Audacious advances requires commitment. Absolute commitment! Commencing termination.
Be advised. Physiological cues indicate acute cantankerousness in nearby armed guards. A stealthy approach is suggested.
Acute cantankerousness.
Hostiles near.
Ever get anybody. It's like the rules are just a guide for what not to get caught doing. And all this is just sloppy.
Ready to take the heat off, Commander. Just say when.
I completely missed.
How are you still upright over there? Not getting up without help, Commander.
Yeah, that's what you said, isn't it? Nope. Okay, well, I will give this place a wide berth then. For the time being. Internal anatomy.
Be advised. Physiological cues indicate acute cantankerousness in nearby armed guards. A stealthy approach is suggested.
Okay. Oh, I have points I can put in. I have 4 points. Means I've gained 2 levels. I am level 4. Guns, lockpick, observation, and... Wonder what the max is. Lockpick. Apply. Okay, 1 perk. Additional equipment slots. Marksman, assault, and sniper rifles deal increased damage at distances greater than 20 meters. That is very nice. Point blank. Shotguns, SMGs, and pistols. Cautious, begrudging, and indignant. Brand enthusiast? Trophy hunter. Weapons against all enemies. Chances increased against strong enemies such as leaders and bosses that aren't heavily damaged. Bullet shield. That's nice. Ninja. Sprinting or sliding incoming damage. I think I'm gonna go with sharpshooter. We'll eat food. And yeah, I'll follow this road.
Record states as follows. All inhabitants are declared treasonous due to insufficient legal defense against
Well, at least it's not shooting the water anymore. Visitors, huh? Just meandering about, free of any appointed minder? Not so sure I ought to be speaking with you. If you need someone to talk to hereabouts, I suggest you seek out Vigilant Hogarth. That tall, stately building back yonder is his domicile. Do hate to come off impolite. If you're so inclined, we can pick this up later, after you two confabulate.
Confabulate? Anything I should know about this place that you can share?
Word to the wise. Despite what you might hear, we still consider ourselves part of the Protectorate. Anyone spots an outsider engaging in misdeeds might just open fire.
Poor dears didn't have the firm benevolent hand of the Sovereign to guide them. Here on Eden, we all enjoy the full luxury the paradigm affords us. A perfect life of contentment and plenty. We have
nightmare that the matriarch didn't gift us the paradigm. And we were left to scramble for purpose and profit like Auntie's workers.
You are the raw material for perfection. From the lowliest subject to the most exalted vigilant, we must all fulfill our duty to the Protectorate. We're all in this together.
We're all in this together.
The matriarch chose Eden because she recognized it as the perfect ecosystem. The native flora and fauna, the pleasant atmosphere, and rich natural resources represent a fascinatingly complex ecological network. To govern it, the matriarch, working with and through the sovereign, devised the paradigm, a meticulously designed marvel where, if each of us does our part...
Imagine you'd have to apply a fair amount of force to make that wheel fly.
Naturally, sometimes challenges do arise. We all know how invasive species
The matriarch and sovereign chose Eden, the perfect
ecosystem,
ecotope, as our home, and devised the paradigm as a great way to maintain it. Appeared right out of the aether, just as I imagine our proud sentinels do. Like, here I am, your innermost thoughts are known to me, and nobody once hears from you again. Caught me reciting passages from a beacon to the cosmos, illustrating my steadfast fidelity. All subjects prosper under the guidance of our beneficent ruler, the sovereign. That part always hits me directly. To quote my personal log, an essential passage, rightful and true. Charlton Weintraut.
Is a fellow subject lacking the appropriate zeal for their assigned work? Report them for mental refreshment post-haste. It's not just a good
My favorite part's page 6, paragraph 2. How does that go?
It's that, homespun metaphor. The Protectorate as a happy, attentive family, the sovereign smiling beneficently at the head of the table, all such, so forth and the like.
All inhabitants are declared treasonous due to insufficient zeal in defense against seizure, sabotage, and...
Don't have it quite fully memorized, do
Say,
you?
you are every bit you seem, yes? Thoroughly on the up and up and in no way a hidden agent? It is widely known that a sentinel is required to stand revealed before rendering judgment. Why, a plot point about that featured prominently in the latest episode of I, Red Cloak.
Of course you believe everything on the Aether Wave. I guess it would be stranger if you didn't swallow the propaganda, even if it does take some heavy dramatic license.
herself designed it, and the sovereign embodies and executes on it. Throughout history, human societies were constantly out of balance. Individualism...
Undercover operatives being required to reveal Undercover operatives being required to reveal themselves. Seems unlikely.
Well, you appear to be far more fluent with Sentinel procedure than I. Veiled implication understood. If you'll excuse me, I best return to my work tasks. If you were a Sentinel, or in some Sentinel-adjacent role, I'd of course be honored to have you inspect my belongings. Unfortunately, my house is currently besieged by Crabbles. In any case, back to it.
We have everything we need.
Crabbles, you say? I have killed Crabbles.
Rightly appreciate it all, and thank the sovereign.
I mean, these are not marked as theft, so...
You are the raw material for perfection. From the
Thanks, I guess.
subject to the most exalted vigilant, we must all...
What do you have?
Greetings, non-protectorate wretches. With regret, I must inform you that those outside our glorious society may not take freely from our stocks, as our subjects do. However, I may offer you a limited selection of premium items for moderate respective fees. Initiating.
All right, let's see what you got. Wow. Adrenaline Edge Mark III. Passively accumulate energy and toxicity while in active combat. Toxicity accumulated reduces. Ooh, no. No. I do want this, though. kinda want the mag picks too. But I'll wait.
Its atmosphere and rich natural resources represent a fascinatingly complex ecological network. To govern it, the matriarch, working with and through the sovereign, devised the paradigm, a meticulously designed.
Reunite Niles and Zebulon.
Where, if each of us does our part, produces glorious bounty for all.
How empty are the lives of anti-subjects that they need to
Invasive species can unbound.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night.
Or the base individualists within Auntie's choice. Though don't
Embiggen antiseptic. Alright. Oh, tarts. I thought it said parts. What? That doesn't even make sense. Regal parts.
Feeling distracted? Daydreaming on the job? Mental refreshment centers are there to help you.
Apologies, this unit's conversation module is functioning intermittently.
Intermittently.
Under protectorate law, we are bound to inform you that you have entered a recreant locality. Record states as follows. All inhabitants are declared treasonous due to insufficient zeal in defense against seizure, sabotage, and/or manipulative indoctrinatory falsity.
Okay. Seems a bit counterintuitive, but okay.
Our sense of community. They sneer at our contentment.
Everyone knows the paradigm epitomizes the pinnacle of social order. Because the matriarch herself designed it, and the sovereign embodies and executes on it. Throughout history, human societies were constantly out of balance. Individualism ran rampant. Depletion of resources.
Individualism ran rampant.
The sovereign to guide them. Here on Eden, we all enjoy the full luxury the paradigm affords us. A perfect life of contentment and plenty. We have community.
I'll grab some boar slow. Wait, what? Boneless, skinless sprat. Interesting. Deep fried cysty bits. Apparently the cysty pigs are still a thing. Wonder if I'll come across any cysty pigs in this game. Let's get together and all be abreast. Keycard, Westport generators.
Flora and fauna.
Designator light revolver. Keycard Westport broadcast facility. tribute liqueur. Okay, so being big and antiseptic, I like it. Let's see. You can't really see how many you're carrying from here, can you? Oh, that's what the number underneath the name in the list to the right is. Okay, so I have 61 of those. Shells, chakra. I have 2 extra holster mods. I could probably get rid of one of those. Oh wait. Head holster. Huh. $350. 61. 700. Okay, foils, magnets, I'll take some of these. Mods breakdown. Let's look at the yonk. Screw, scrap metal, energy, nicotine, gears and springs. I wonder if there's a maximum on the ferrochromium. Defensive plates. Foil and energy canister. Aha. Alright, there's scrap metal and a piscator woolly beanie. That's interesting. I think I can get rid of this. Black powder, scrap metal springs. Trooper steel helmet. Toxicity drain rate. I'm never going to use that. Energy recharge. That is nice. 43. Tracing unit. Weak spot hits mark your target, making them a priority to companions, and increases the damage they take. Also increases weak spot damage in general. That's pretty nice. Kinetic biomass pistol. Fully automatic conversion. Expensive reduced damage and damage types. I think I'm going to break that down. Yeah. Shock machine gun. Shock shells bio. Short compact. So I'll get rid of this. Yeah, I'll get rid of that.
Of course, it's part of the Sovereign's plan. He floods our houses, which makes more habitat for fish, which offers us more to eat, which gives us strength to build new houses. But then, how do I cook the fish?
How do I cook the fish?
Word on the wireless is that Auntie's choice is years behind us sociologically. So, they've started the war to grab any part of the paradigm that they can.
Mentally refreshed subject. Tribute pancakes. Lots and lots of stuff. Antibiotics. Flywheel.
A perfect society demands perfect thoughts.
This is all going perfectly according to the paradigm, I guess. I just can't wait for it to be going more perfectly again.
You walked in here under your own steam and appear reasonably free of cuts, burns, or weeping lesions. So, I assume you're presently devoid of mortiferous injuries. Good. Because we've got more of that than we can handle.
What in the void happened?
You haven't heard? When Antes invaded, they broke the seawall. Flooded nearly half the town below, where most of the domiciles were. A number of our subjects drowned. Others got concussed, or even crushed. A few were electrocuted or exposed to caustics. Took a while for our water purifier to catch up, so some drank tainted water, which is not good for you at all. I'm glad it's working again.
Damn shame, best of
All
luck.
right. Well, don't let me keep you.
Right now, the paradigm needs our houses underwater. Hopefully it'll need them dry again someday, but until then, it's a short swim down to your possessions.
A short swim down to your possessions. It's a short swim down to your possessions. Oh my goodness.
My body is covered in
You've
burns
returned.
acquired in battle during the attack.
Earrings? Can't go in there. That door doesn't open for me. Okay.
Everyone knows the paradigm.
Vigilant hoe car. Vigilant hoe bag. Vigilant quarters. I do have lockpicking 5. Come on, Valerie. Look up Designator Light Revolver. Ooh. Peacekeeper helmet. Base health. Because it's not completely without use. Antiseptic. Propagandist clothing. I need hacking. And I've got the bypass shells, I just need hacking.
Species can unbalance even the most robust
Indeed.
ecosystem, like those nettlesome raptidons or the base.
It is my esteemed pleasure to welcome you to Westport, once a shining testament to Protectorate excellence, now a picturesque example of the evils of corporatism. But where are my manners? We do not have much, but please let me offer you some victuals. Tut. I insist. Serving
Some
Unit 1.
victuals.
Something for the visitor at once?
Confirmative.
Perhaps you're wondering why I'd open my arms thusly for a stranger. Simple. As the guiding light for humankind, we always put our best foot forward, regardless of circumstance.
Is a fellow subject lacking the appropriate seal for their assigned work? Report them for mental...
Westport looks in pretty bad shape. Anything I can do to
I
help?
believe something still can be done. This town can be saved, its people given a reprieve. Were we to acquire the one thing vital to our existence, automech parts. What?
Comestibles served.
We of the Protectorate pride ourselves on our mech programming. Among the vigilant, it is even considered something of a sport. We are not miracle workers, however. Without parts to work with, we've no hope of remaking our mechs to do tasks beyond their initial functions. We need repair mechs, domestic mechs, not combat ones. Serving Unit 1 here is about as much as can be accomplished without replacement parts.
Everyone knows the paradigm epitomizes the pinnacle of social order. Why? Because the matriarch herself designed it, and the sovereign embodies and executes on it. Throughout history, human societies were constantly out of balance.
Engineering. Or the
Individualism
replacement.
ran rampant. Depletion
Automech parts grant you a reprieve. How exactly?
If I can return the settlement to a reasonable facsimile of its previous glory, sufficiently functioning by employing mechs reprogrammed to repair and rebuild, the Arbiters might see fit to penalize only me, commute the others' sentences, allow them to maintain things around here in the spirit of continuity and such.
time for recreation. We sleep well at night.
Half the town is presently underwater. No getting around
Hence
that.
my use of the term reasonable facsimile. I owe it to every single person here to try.
Rightly appreciate it all and thank the sovereign.
You are the raw material for perfection. From the lowliest subject to the most exalted vigilant.
I'll get those parts.
That's
for you.
abundantly kind of you. Though there must be something I can offer.
The matriarch chose Eden because
Well, you have intimate knowledge of the Vox station's workings.
Enough to lead and inspire those who work there. Once at least. I was previously the ranking vigilant on this island. Why do you ask?
fascinatingly complex ecological network. To govern it, the matriarch, working with and through the sovereign, devised the paradigm.
I'm pursuing a malefactor named Augustine DeVries. Vox relays her last known.
Difficult place to saunter into. Station's off limits to anyone without the highest security clearance. For anyone lacking reason to be there, it's assured suicide. In exchange for the automech parts we need, I can provide you means to get inside. Never dream of such a proposal in days of reason and quietude. Yet such is the here and now we find ourselves in.
Within Auntie's choice, so don't fret. The system is resilient.
How can I say no to that? I can't. Yes.
Wonderful. My unavoidable march to the gallows feels lighter already. At least now my subjects will have a fleeting chance. The parts can be found at the Euphoria Coast Automech Repair Center to the south. But do not, under any circumstances, tell those stationed there why you need them. To get inside, you will need an access pass from the Ministry of Accuracy. Since we have all been marked as traitors, I cannot create one for you here.
Gray gone astray? Book a stay today. Are you mentally refreshed?
Right. Well, sounds like I'm facing imminent death. Not the first
Farewell
time.
now.
Locality. Record states as follows. All inhabitants are declared treasonous due
But that's supposed to be mine. It will not let me pick it up. Not that I would know what the hell to do with it. It's a whole dead sprat, after all.
Everyone knows the paradigm epitomizes the pinnacle of social order. Why? Because the matriarch herself designed it, and the sovereign embodies and executes on it. Throughout history, human societies were constantly out of balance. Individualism ran rampant. Depletion of resources and lack of community led to terrible suffering. Poor dears didn't have the firm, benevolent hand of the sovereign to guide them. Here on Earth, we all enjoy the full luxury the paradigm affords us.
Okay.
Life of contentment and plenty. We have
Security nitrogen flushed meal. That looks like a bar of soap. Or a block of soap. Horse loaf. First off. Flywheel. Protectorate Declaratory Address System. For use by duly authorized personnel only. Interference with ongoing broadcasts is strictly forbidden. Inspect loudspeaker for interface. The interface for the loudspeaker system in Westport allows authorized protectorate subjects to update which audio cartridges play.
the native flora and fauna, the pleasant atmosphere, and rich natural resources represent.
Did you hear? They're letting anyone who wants to train at the Arbiter's facility.
But the paradigm says we're to spend our lives in our predetermined profession.
That's why it's so generous of the Sovereign to let us become tiny cogs in the Great War Machine.
If each of us does our part, produces glorious
Yes, how very generous of the Sovereign to let you all die in war.
Prudence dictates that we watch our neighbors, but I may just invite him over to make it easier.
I was tempted to feel sad after the ocean flooded my house.
What was that? Tribute what? Earth Directorate propaganda cartridge. I picked up something. And I'm not sure where. Oh, tribute pancakes. That must have been what it was. Looked like it was some kind of pamphlet, but no, it was some kind of pancake.
Prudence dictates we give it a little extra added zeal for now, just to offset any minor disruption.
I was sad for a moment because my house got submerged in the flooding, but then the wireless told me everything was splendid. Now I feel much better.
Daydreaming on the job? Mental refreshment centers are there to help you. Don't risk falling prey to imperfect thoughts. Go now.
Trust the plan. The system.
My favorite is, we must rub all disruptive factors into base
Maintenance log repository. Reservoir status abundant. Seawater desalination purification system is operating at its baseline level of flawless automechanical efficiency. Much like all aspects of Protector Society, it is perfect. Cistern water quality exceeds maximum standards of potability. Subjects may drink, bathe, recreate, and irrigate without care or restraint. Glory to the Sovereign. Momentarily contaminated. The seawall is breached. The cistern is contaminated with elevated levels of salinity. Although currently overwhelmed, the purifiers will compensate without question. The system abides in all things, and soon the reservoir will run clear again. Not today, though. Until the purification system rights itself, bottled beverages remain the prudent option for healthful hydration. Recovery. Only days after the seawall breach, the water desalination purification system has returned to pre-invasion levels of efficiency. Reservoir quality is approaching semi-potability, suitable for irrigation and a bathing spritz. This recovery of the purification system was never in doubt, a case of events righting themselves. The system truly does abide. Okay. Interesting. Barred shut. Oh, I have to go down to the flooded spot.
The wireless said that flooding Westport is routine maintenance to remove the dust that had been building up in our door frames.
The Sovereign really does think of everything.
Represent a fascinatingly complex ecological network. To govern it, the matriarch working with and
I inhaled. So much dust and debris during the attack.
Meticulously
Still hurts to breathe.
where, if each of us does our part, produces glorious bounty for all. Naturally, sometimes challenges do arise.
Look who's back.
Invasive species can unbalance even the most robust.
Look who never left.
Like those nettlesome raptidons, or the base individual. Within Auntie's
Oh, crap. There.
Which is not advised at this time. Standing by with life support. This unit is concerned for the commander's well-being.
Let me know when you needed a stretch.
Confronting threat.
This looks like the place. Oh, I haven't felt these high strung since Horizon Point. Just hope he's here.
Niles.
Howdy, Zed. You look... well.
Has my mind been set upon by shadows? I thought you dead.
Can't imagine why you think that. I've only been gone 4 years.
Oh, back from your little saunter then, are you? Head all cleared? I must say you took quite the perambulation. I hope you didn't wear out your rotation adapters.
Niles, you didn't tell me that Zebulon thought you were dead. That's awful.
I know. Didn't realize you would...
What else was I to think? You disappeared, sent no word. Death was the best I could have hoped for you, given the alternatives. Let's not mince words. You ran from the cause, I stayed, and suffered for it. Now you turn up with this stranger. And who precisely are you? Another Earth Directorate cast-off?
Yes, as a matter of fact. I was Niles' commander back in the day. Briefly.
So, you are keeping company these days. Just not mine.
You're kind of an ass. Better, cooler friends. Easy does it, we're all friends here.
I see no one here I would count a friend. And if you think a few gracious words will mollify me, you are sorely mistaken.
Look, I'm not just here to gas you up with empty apologies. I want to set things right between us.
Oh, now you want to help. Where were you when the war happened? Or when I was being carted off to mental refreshment? Where were you when I actually needed you?
I know I let you down before, but give me a chance to earn back your trust. There must be something I can lend you a hand with. I know you haven't given up the fight.
I haven't the time to patch your bleeding conscience, Niles. I'm in a situation that demands my full attention.
It's Baines. My team's been caught. Pharaoh and March are dead. Protectorate are holding the rest for interrogation. A ship is inbound to take us off-world, to the consul himself. I barely managed to evade capture. Damn it! It looks like the data went through, but there's something wrong with the connection. The cipher isn't transmitting.
Found her! You there! Step away from that terminal at once!
Audra! Fuck! It's all coming apart.
Maybe you'd like to rethink Niles' offer
I
of
knew
help.
something was wrong. What have you gotten yourself into here, Zed?
That was one of my operatives. I organized a mission to infiltrate the Vox to acquire valuable intelligence. But obviously, something's gone wrong. Without that cipher, the intelligence is worthless. But I'm more concerned about my people at the moment. If you're sincere in your desire to help, prove it. Rescue my friends before that ship departs with them on board. Please.
What was the info they passed
It has
along?
to do with the location of a vault, rumored to house the Protectorate's greatest technological advancements, including its skip drive designs. That's all I'll say for now.
I'm in Niles'.
Without question.
Okay. If they're sending a ship, that means my people are being held on the Vox's landing pad. Use my call sign so they'll know you for an ally. I'm certain Niles remembers it. And do exercise discretion, as well as caution. The guards at the Vox won't hesitate to fire upon you, should you be discovered.
Not to worry. This is exactly the sort of thing we're trained to handle.
Yes, but the uniform doesn't stop bullets, as I'm sure you recall.
Good thing we know a doctor then.
I haven't found a way to reach the Vox station yet, so it might take...
Then let's hope the ship also takes its time arriving, and that my friend's pain threshold withstands any attempts to soften them up for the console. I'll answer what I can.
What can you tell me about
The
your
Crabbles? They keep people away who might otherwise stumble into my operation here. I feel kindly toward them.
By neighbors, I was referring to Westport.
Of course. Hogarth and his unfortunate charges would be top of mind if you've explored the nearby settlement. I sympathize with the plight of those in Westport. They want nothing to do with me, of course, or anyone outside the Sovereign's grace, which has been to my benefit. I do believe that one day, the truth of the Protector's iniquity will be too obvious to ignore. But for now, not even a crowbar could pry open all those shut eyes.
Hold on, I need to take this hoodie off. Okay. About your stint in mental...
Stop there. I know what you would ask, but I've done my best to put that unpleasant experience behind me. Please respect my wish to avoid reopening closed wounds.
How did a Protectorate doctor end up turning a rebel?
If you must know, it was my sister. A neighbor reported her for some misconduct and she was taken to be refreshed. I never heard what her alleged crime was meant to be. The woman who returned was nigh unrecognizable. The injustice of it rattled me. And once I began to look into what had happened, the more discomfort I felt. Then I met Niles. He told me the truth about other colonies. Made Arcadia feel so... small, claustrophobic, repressive. And my smoldering resentments became a full conflagration.
Okay. Protectorate Dragoon. Yeah, I don't think that'd be a good idea right now. I simply do not believe it to be smart.
Sit or sprint? Typical predicament for an anti-bottom runger like me. Wish I never snuck in here to begin with. Seemed like a good idea at the time. Nah, it was a great idea. So much stuff for the taking around here. Motherload of loot. Plenty to get me back in the sprag race. Just didn't account for all these Crabbles. Real fly in the old ointment. I could just sit tight, live lean off all these supplies, hunt the Crabble skedaddle, or maybe open the door and bolt. It seems like a good idea. Nah, it's a great idea.
waterlogged protectorate medicine. It appears to have floated away, but perhaps Westport's period. So many crabble eggs. My waterlogged protectorate medicine.
Seeing Zeb again went different than I expected. Not that I had high hopes for tears and confetti, but damn. Yes and no. There's a shadow over him wasn't there before. A meanness. It's difficult to describe. Even tougher to be on the receiving end. Maybe I ought have apologized straight away. But I'm not convinced I did the wrong thing, leaving. Had I stayed, who knows? Likely I'd have gotten us both killed.
The choice to leave may not have been wrong, but leaving without a word
was. Fair. Might have left him a note or something. I was just worried I'd lose my nerve, but you have a point. Wasn't right of me to just up and split. Anyway, I appreciate the check-in, Commander. Was there anything else you needed? I worry Zeb's in over his head with all of this.
God damn it.
Good thing we showed up when we did.
So much purpleberry stuff. I just found the purpleberry collector. Fallout's got the Nuka-Cola girl. This game's got the purpleberry guy. At least I found his house. I don't know what happened to him. He's probably got washed away. Enter passcode already left, written in go getter. Hidden ambitions. Were it but offered, I would revel in the life of a minor functionary within me. But such is not my lot under the Protectorate. Once one is delegated to a post, there they must remain. What is a person with ambitions meant to do here, I ask? Besides wallow in obscurity, oftentimes I wonder how I might fare with Auntie's choice of freewheeling meritocratic society. though to even consider such thoughts is to court swift rendition to a mental refreshment center. Paths of uncertainty. As unheard of as it sounds, I have been reassigned by Vigilant Hogarth. He has asked me to raise the spirits of my fellow subjects by reciting inspirational words from the Sovereign. A great honor, to be sure, but I worry. If my mind ever begins to wander, will I start singing the spirited product jingles of our commercialist rivals? Yet I must hold firm, as such doubts are contrary to the true go-getter I know myself to be. Forbidden fruit taste. Admin Chatterjee indicated that my recent conduct was a profound disappointment to our Protectorate Society, as the frequency of my washroom visits has increased by 5.6% and my manner has become jittery and fretful. I dared not admit the reason, how I feel impelled to devour Auntie's choice purple berry crunch at every opportunity. I nodded, accepting 6 demerits and an extra work hour to offset my loss in the output, thoughts already turning to my sweet prohibited indulgences. Cereal thriller. Despite how thrilling I find this Red Cloak cereal, it has left my days and nights full of worry and doubt. Like all who tune in, I cheer at the exploits of the lone righteous sentinel as she nabs hidden sympathizers intent on undermining our protectorate. Ooh, excuse me. But as the miscreants are shipped off for mental refreshment, I wonder, what would Red Cloak think of my purple berry crunch consumption or my enthrallment with its advertisements? I fear I know the answer. Well, I'm pretty sure I know whose house this was. Science Adventures Quarterly, Volume 1 of 10. Fiction periodical chronicling the exploits of Earth Directorate agents Commander Zane and her sidekick Buddy. A label inside the cover reads SAQ Volume 1 of 10 from the Library of Redactor, Queensland, Ministry of Accuracy. Okay. Daily Journal of Good Neighborly Emily Woodham, mid-year 2358. Another perfectly perfect day, a reliably kept journal for later reminiscence and routine Sentinel review, mid-year 2358. 0700 woke to another day of comfort and security with gratitude to Vigilant Hogarth and our Sovereign and his benevolence. 030 broke morning fast with a nourishing meal of tribute pancakes prepared with typical automechanical flair. 10:30 hours, noticed neighbor Doherty taking his normal afternoon walk much earlier today. Bears further scrutiny, possible reporting. 12:30 hours, neighbor Ryland arrived for our crafts activity. Brought a freshly pre-baked certainty sweet cake. He expressed great contentment with our perfect life, yet pondered if it might ever end. 12:32 hours, reported neighbor Ryland. 12:45 hours, ate the sweet cake. 1700 hours, enjoyed evening meal while reading A Beacon to the Cosmos, nourished physically and spiritually. 2000 hours, spirited listening to everyone's neighbor retired, where spirited came from, retired listening to everyone's neighbor Prudence on the wireless, untroubled by doubt or concern. Another perfect day ends. For the glory of the Sovereign, Emily Woodham, a vital cog. I don't know how vital you proved to be. certainly a cog. More waterlogged protective medicine. Plasma sink. Okay, this is her place. Apparently another perfectly perfect day. Duly kept journal of later reminiscence. 7 awoke to a new and brilliant day of abundance. Thanks for consumed prestige regal tarts, nourishingly delicious. Spotted aircraft streaking across the sky. One appears to have landed on the east side of Westport. How curious. We have guests, 4 out-of-towners in strange uniforms, trampling through the flower beds. They hurried away before I could invite them in for tea. Many more out-of-towners now. They take umbrage with our automechanicals, inflicting heavy damage, perhaps in preparation to replace them with even more wonderful models. Out-of-towners are at my door requesting entry. My, they are insistent. Strangers will not leave. Their words confound me, claim they were chosen by someone's auntie to share unbridled consumerism. We'll need to confirm spelling, perhaps ask Vigilant Hogarth. Oh my, they're forcing open the door. Short rounds and heavy rounds. Oh. Gravity crabble meat. Some salted chips for medicine. Waterlogged though it may be. Interesting. Space. More waterlogged medicine. 4 ounces. high security lockbox. Aha, secure your titty lockbox. Wee-hoo. I will. There are a lot of these, and they do occasionally drop like crabble meat or crabble shell, but I think unless they're activated, like Alright, I have been through all of the buildings here. Yeah, until we need you to do something, and then you're in this all alone. Huh. Sounds like raptidons. There's a blood trail. Was a blood trail.
Utilizing underplays. Please seek treatment here. Following trauma of engaging combat protocol. running low.
Weighted. Holographic light pistol? Holographic.
Engaging.
Guns cocked and loaded. Give the signal.
Here, field report update. We are approaching the Raptidon den. These beasts have exhibited excessive irritability as of late. We endeavor to determine why. Surely the red spores aren't to blame. Wind-borne spores lack the catalytic agent of our food additives. Only way to be certain is to gather a stool sample. Simple enough. A routine task for the audacious Advances field team. Quiet now as we approach the rap's nest. Certainly this spirited variety will offer... Oh, no! Oh, okay. We need to run now!
We need to run now. Oh, okay. We need to run now. Suppose they didn't run fast enough. Is the implication, right? Blueberry tequila.
Sequencing attack strategies.
Bye. Big lizard. Big dead lizard. How's it going, DTK? Around this bit. I'm not doing too bad. Enjoying this game. Ooh, another high security lockbox. Take red spore sample. Don't know how many of those I can take. But I'm gonna take a look at it. Must have a use somewhere, right? Incendiary triple barrel shotgun. Set them on fire. Set them bitches on fire. Outer World 2 worth the wait? I would say yes. I'm enjoying it. This is only the second day that I've played it, as evidenced by my stream title. Probably don't need to say that since it's right there in the title, but I'm enjoying it just as much as I did the first game, and I really liked the first game. So that's a fair amount.
Commencing combat-related activity.
Ooh. Invisible. They can do that now. There it is.
Emergency protocol syringes primed.
Gotcha. Freaking hater. Be gone, hunted on. I'm actually really damn glad that they did not have that ability in the first game. Not like a Raptidon den up in these hills somewhere, is there? If there is, I'll surely clean it out. the best of my ability. Tune the wireless. Protectorate. Sanctioned wireless. Anti-choice brand wireless.
She's just the best choice. It's Auntie's choice.
Amplified
Oh my
across
God.
the rings of Elysium. From the boardroom to the bottom rung, this is wireless free Arcadia. Official frequency of Auntie's choice. Auntie, when are you going to have a sale?
My dear child, every day is a sale at Auntie's Choice.
Yes, you heard that right. Every day is a sale when you're shopping for the best products at the lowest prices. Auntie knows you want to spend your bits on the best things that money can buy. So she made sure every Auntie's Choice product is on sale for the lowest price that she can afford.
How do you know it's the best price? Because Auntie knows best.
Okay, back to business. Thank you so much for tuning in to the one wireless station in Arcadia that doesn't tell you what to think, only what to buy.
Purple Berry Crunch is crispy and sweet. Perfect for breakfast or an afternoon treat. Straight from the box.
She does.
There's
The
always
phrase. Let's see what Protectorate sanctioned
like a
wireless.
hopeful dream trapped in amber. Next up, music to invigorate your mind so you can serve the greater good at a brisk pace with a true adherence zeal.
Protectorate sanctioned wireless is polka music? That sounds like an accordion. Yeah, that's definitely an accordion. Distress signal.
Yes, you. I am trapped inside the research lab at the former site of the Eden's Bounty Agri-Center. You must help me. You must. My subordinates have become homicidally irritable, though remain unaccountable for their actions. Find me in the renovated grain silo. Help me formulate a cure.
Cure?
Hello?
But...
Calling out to an...
But that's a lot of XP you're asking me to give up. The lab that shouted incoherently and often find personnel trapped in the lab. Okay. Let's see. If I put if I put this $250. Get in here without
Neutralizing unfriendlies. Ready to assist with agent's health needs.
Will you point that thing?
Engaging combat protocols.
Okay.
Investigating, Lewis.
Huh?
Confronting
I'm not ready to be downsized.
Ready to waste it. On your command.
Hunkering.
This unit advises healing yourself now. An alarming amount of units, Commander. Engaging hostile life forms. Health benefits available at your request. Commander's vital stats have reached an alarming low. Sequencing attack strategies. Susceptible to danger.
Well then. This is the area that I came upon earlier. Would not get through. Because I kept dying. I don't like dying. Memo to staff. I, your humble product envisioner, want to thank every single one among you today. When we first arrived at this facility, it was literally a barn in here. We'd seized from the Protectorate a modest use agricultural landholding, a run-down old farmhouse, a barn, a few harvesters, a seed silo that leaked when it rained. Whoever thought such a meager farmstead could be transformed virtually overnight into the most innovative resource center on the entire island? Let me tell you, I did, because I believed in you. You did, because of your deep trust in our shared vision. That's how together we make audacious advances. Clearly a corporate-run operation. Everything is a sales pitch. So, this next batch of samples could be interesting. They were taken from a nearby spire with a distinct red color. The color comes from a species of red plant indigenous to that area. It releases many of these red spores which color the surrounding landscape. There's nothing else like it on Paradise Island. I have them laid out for our initial examinations, which I'll commence after lunch. In the meantime, I'm submitting all the raw data from our analysis so far to memorialize it per standard practice. I must say, what I've seen so far is both curious and rather intriguing. Managers, as you're all aware, our important work here at the lab is being hindered by a handful of incompetent, quarrelsome, wholly irredeemable personnel who become a liability on quarterly reports. Normally, I would transfer such resource-draining employees to the frontline combat, yet this is not an option with hostilities at a standstill. Rather than further demote these sluggards and sycophants to even less industrious positions, I appealed to their base natures by inviting each to participate in a promotion acceleration program, ostensibly a series of outdoor skill-building exercises located in spires around the island, with the promise of molding these select staff members into VP material. In reality, PAP's 5 hazardous wilderness exercises leverage participant ineptitude to achieve maximum mortality. I am confident PAP will offload our most irksome personnel. As an insurance policy, the final activity is set on the northern tip of the northern island, an area infested with corporate raptidon assets turned feral. Your cooperation in concealing this ruse is much appreciated and also mandatory. Wow. Farmhouse lab data cartridge. Turn to root. Wow. Just wow. It's my music box. Okay, biomass pistol. I ain't averse to it. Plasma. Research lab keycard. You can also unlock it manually.
Place is in shambles. What happened here?
Almost like everybody went nuts. Certainly did when we came by.
I've counted at least 6 horrendous death screams since you arrived. You must be affected as well. You there? Hi. Oh, you're likely affected too, aren't you? Scream twice for yes. Could it be? You seem an honest-to-goodness rational human being, unhindered by bloodlust, unshackled from their basal ganglia. Well then, by the Loeffler Risk Intercession Act, under Outbreak Provision 5A, I hereby press you into service to aid me in our present crisis. I, Elmet Ormsby, Product Envisioner, Department of Proprietary Methodology and Audacious Advances, am your interim supervisor.
You want me as your new assistant. Employees here don't seem to survive that long.
Tragedy has befallen a number of my subordinates. I will trust you not to make light of such heart-rending events. But back to the exciting news about this incredible new opportunity. You working for me, as an aide-de-camp of sorts, on a brief yet no doubt exhilarating assignment.
I'd need to know specifics before I agree to
Our
anything.
lab had been researching the red spores that grow nearby to see if they might contribute to future Auntie's Choice products. As per usual, we threw precaution to the wind. A local spore sample interacted with a wonderfully preservative-rich diet of Auntie's Choice personnel, inadvertently leading to a chance reaction causing profound irritability. To a somewhat homicidal degree, it would seem to appear. By that measure, our work here could be considered a moderate success.
How do I have brilliant? You must be visionary scientists to succeed in such haphazard fashion.
Well, of course. Succeeding in a haphazard fashion is one of the first courses taught to Auntie's Choice students in any field. But yes, I am something of a visionary. You see, our lab is a far cry from the others. You're part of something bigger here. The individual not only thrives, but shines even more brightly with the help of their brethren. It all requires a certain devotion. In the end, it's really quite in the best interests of everyone's careers. A rising tide raises all boats, as they say.
You know, I just came from a town who wouldn't take too kindly to that particular saying. I think the word you meant to say was manipulation.
Speaking of the team, such as they are in their present deranged state, how did you make it past them? You know, without being killed.
I killed them first. Didn't you hear? I murdered practically everybody.
Aha, thought so. Sometimes with screaming, it can be difficult to discern intent, like, I'm being killed, can be so close to, I'm running amok. Shame. The staff and I all had such good chemistry together. Suppose it couldn't be helped, though. What matters most is getting out of here alive, saving our researchers a close second, and curing my remaining colleagues a firm third.
What remaining colleagues? That's just, I'm sure your subordinates find that attitude quite...
As you're now one of them, I'll take that as a compliment. But enough glad-handing me. Regarding what we need, well, it should all be rather straightforward, yes? I suspect we'd use a top-down indirect coronium synthesis method, don't you think?
I have no idea.
It's occurred to me this might benefit to some extent from medical training. Are you perhaps someone well-versed with pharmacological matters?
Sorry, I barely know my tibia from my fibia.
Apologies. I do tend to assume everyone has a doctorate. No matter, if you are capable of following simple instructions, I'm sure I can guide you through it. Tremendous. Well then, before we roll up our sleeves and determine what's needed, any questions?
What do you remember about what happened? How'd you end up
The whole
in there?
thing was ghastly. One of my assistants and I heard a loud noise. He left to investigate while I continued working on our experiment. When he failed to return, I peeked outside and saw the others run in, bloody, gibbering, hunting for targets. They'd clearly been exposed to some virulent new form of experimental agent. I ran back and locked myself in this test chamber to avoid contamination. Well then, anything else before we proceed?
A visionary lab like this gets to set its own agenda.
Well, you'd certainly think so, but management sets the goals. Our humble research team works to deliver. But as much as I'd love to natter on, we probably ought to get matters underway.
Why?
We'll need two things. Fresh samples of the red spores and the findings from the expedition that originally uncovered them. After that, an antidote should be possible in relatively short order, with your skilled assistance, of course.
Okay, I have already got...
my most favorite, least homicidal subordinate. How's all our field work progressing?
I have the data cartridge and fresh spore samples.
Absolutely gorgeous. Look at you. And to think I just forcibly coerced the first gormless dunderhead who walked by and found you. Lucky me. Now, first things first. Place the data cartridge in the drawer for me, right here, in the slot below my intercom.
Designated area where test samples can be safely passed in and out of the chamber. Insert requested items.
Sure. Allow me to give this a cursory eyeball and... perfect. I'm sure we have the correct neutralizing agent here in the lab. I'll nose out the exact compound within our chemical reserves in 2 shakes of a rat's tail.
Good thing more spores were available so close by.
Always fortuitous to have ready access to a key chemical agent nearby. This might work out yet. Auntie may ignore our recent setbacks if I deliver an easy-to-market product. Just imagine the ad slogans. Air, now with extra fractiousness. Though, I suppose it only works on other Auntie's Choice employees, not our preservative-free rivals. Oh, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Now we must formulate an antidote. If we're able to save my remaining subordinates, they can help us rush this product to market.
You seem downright enthralled with this chemical agent.
It's a textbook example of the medulla oblongata wagging the cerebellum. Although, frankly, there's a plethora of ways to stimulate the reptile brain into such a flurry. None of the previous methods were anywhere close to being this commercially viable. But where there's a will, there's a way to make a profit. There. I have determined the ideal counteragent. Here you are. Place it and the spore samples into that synthesizer. Enable the device and it will begin a working antidote momentarily. Return with it directly as soon as it does, if you please.
Counteragent. Follow Ormsby's directions. Formulator is well worn and has been routinely used to combine various chemical substances. With the right ingredients, it can be utilized to synthesize an antidote for the homicidally irritable behavior affecting personnel in and around the lab. Synthesize antidote.
I cannot wait to put this entire sordid affair behind us. Though in the end, this should turn out to be quite a lucrative day. I saw you working the chemical synthesizer. I presume you were successful in creating an antidote?
I think so. The readout said synthesis complete, reaction yield stabilized.
Good. Place the antidote into the slot here. I'll insert it into the air filtration system. That will cycle it throughout the area and cure all afflicted. When backup arrives and releases me, I'll run a tally of all here who survived. Not to boast, but I'd say this wildly dangerous experimental agent was quite effective. You can be sure that management and I will see it's put to good use. I may even get a promotion off this.
Might you now? Let's just get this over with.
Wonderful! Knew you seemed a bankably reliable sort. All right. I am activating the air filtration system. There. Should only take a few moments for the antidote to circulate. Everyone still alive should be right as rain shortly. Marvelous. You'll find your remuneration in the chest behind me. My supervisor will hear of your actions. Oh, and before I forget, I, Omid Ormsby, under the power granted me by the Loeffler Risk Intercession Act, hereby free you from impressed service to Auntie's Choice. Be seeing you.
Escape suit. Asian Chance combat suit. Escape protocol. Dispenses a smoke bomb in emergencies when you need your escape to be utterly unlocked. Also available in Pine Fresh and Ocean Breeze. Supreme Adreno Spew Boom Starter Box. Okay. 90 toxicity. Inhaler primers. Primers are special tools that synthesize healing medicine through your inhaler. In your inventory, you can equip and slot primers, changing the effect and potency of your medical inhaler. Be on the lookout for new primers that better fit your playstyle or update the amount of healing you receive. Various perks and equipment also grant you additional inhaler slots, letting you equip more than one primer at a time. This increases the amount of healing you receive at the cost of higher toxicity whenever you use your inhaler. Okay. Fairly decent. How utterly decent. Okay, I'm gonna take guns and observation. Oh, I can give him a point. Niles puts himself in the enemy's line of fire to protect his comrades. Enemies are more likely to target him, and he will occasionally fire at enemies not targeting him, taunting them. Niles ignores a portion of his target's armor and will target enemy weak points to deal more damage. I'm gonna use you there. Armor is much improved with Valerie's parts. Valerie still mostly works. Nice revolver. Let's do it. Valerie Armor operation. Party members affected by Valerie's life injection module trait receives a moderate armor bonus for a moderate duration. Whenever Valerie uses her life injection module trait, all other party members, including herself, are also healed for a moderate amount. I mean, I'm gonna make you my healer. Do it. Just do it. Blaster and armor plating. Just do it. Okay. Stalking an associate of angry ascendants.
Typical Auntie's choice. Moving fast and breaking things.
Oh. I'm not gonna be able to do that from here.
We're closed.
Praising the architect and honoring the equation. I don't like reading that.
Did you not hear me? This place is closed. No learning today about how everything happens according to the obscure calculus of an indecipherable plan.
Then why are
Obviously, as the result of the obscure calculus of an indecipherable plan. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm no scientician.
You're a friend of Augustine de Vries, aren't you?
Why are you asking? Who are you?
The people she tried to kill.
By the architect. I had no idea. I wish I could say it was unbelievable. I was afraid she was becoming a danger to herself and to others. But this is horrifying.
Yeah, imagine how you feel. Why don't you tell us where she is so we can make sure she ain't being a danger to herself or others?
And how are you going to do that?
That ain't something you ought to be concerning yourself about.
If you think I'm going to help you do what I think you're talking about, you are deluded.
You'll have to excuse Niles. He's just upset. I'd say understand.
It is of no matter, regardless. I do not know where she is. I haven't seen her since before the corporatists invaded the island. I'm afraid she's going to do something terrible, but I just don't know what. Maybe none of this would have happened had I not introduced her to Victor.
Victor's the guy you accused. Victor's the guy who you accused her of conspiring with.
How did... You saw her terminal, didn't you? Victor's an Order archivist. We were all friends for a time. But then, shortly before the schism, they started talking to some others inside the Order. That's when things became tense. I started to become uneasy, scared, really. She kept getting angrier with the Order the more she worked with Victor and her other contacts. On top of everything else, it became just too much for me.
Did she ramble on about the Sentinels versus the cult of corporatism?
Among other things. For some reason, she was obsessed with the cliffhanger ending of Chapter 6. It was the one where capitalist fanatics brought complete destruction upon Arcadia. But you know how it works. It was somehow miraculously saved at the beginning of the next chapter. Didn't matter to DeVries, though. She just kept going over it and over it. Would have talked to a Crabble about it if there was no one else to listen. That, and the invasion itself, set her mind to dark things. I begged her not to go down that road again. She was so agitated when I first met her. Must have been 7, going on 8 years ago now. She never slept, didn't talk to anyone if she could avoid it. After we became friends, she began to change. Still bothered her from time to time, but I thought it mostly behind her. I couldn't watch her go back to how she'd been. Or worse.
How'd you two
We
meet?
became friends when she... Well, she saved me. I'd said something without thinking. Must have been distracted. We all know to watch every last word we say. For some reason, she interceded on my behalf with an arbiter. And she convinced him he didn't hear what he actually did. No one does that. Void, I didn't think anyone could.
Seems like knowing her was unsettling.
She ain't the only one.
It's difficult to explain. She spoke about things in unfamiliar ways. I felt her words to be freeing, at first. But slowly, I began to feel unmoored, doubting everything I ever knew. She said learning the truth of things was worth it. But now I question whether her truth was just more of her penchant to sow chaos, no matter who may be caught in her schemes. Some days I wish I'd never listened to her at all. Others, I can't help but miss her. Even with everything.
Know a little something about that, too.
Did you ever see her?
I did try to. Once. After the corporatists invaded Paradise Island and took over Fairfield. They seemed to let anyone in there. Some boisterous fellow even tried to recruit me.
Was she there? Did you talk to her?
No. Nearest I could surmise, she'd left just prior to the fall of Fairfield. I'm ashamed to admit, I did break into her safe. She used the same code for everything. 15-778.
That is Agent DeVries' identification code, Commander.
She said it had some meaning from her previous life. I'd hoped she'd left something for me, but the safe was empty.
Is it true that the Order somehow helped Antes invade, like the Protectorate is saying?
Fault, right? The Protectorate couldn't possibly have failed to safeguard the colony. And they had to answer the accusations the Order leveled at them.
What do you know about what she was doing at the box station?
What do you mean? It was where she worked, one of the Protectorate's communications hubs. She didn't speak of it much. At least to me. She may have spoken to Victor about it.
This is all fascinating, but I have to find her before she does something drastic.
I know I've no right to ask this of you, but when you find her, please remind her of who she used to be. She's unwell, but I know there's still hope for her.
Okay, I'll see what she has to say for herself when I find her before deciding.
That's all I can ask.
Go back down here. Remembering the Sovereign's family. May they rest in perfection.
Auntie's Choice knows that a better you.
Perilous journey to the grove. If you dare. You lie. Travel spawning grounds. Pursuit of the purloined. Destroy drones. Saga of the malfunctioning mechanicals. Save subversives. Routine reconnaissance of rarefied resources. See, map travel thing is there, but it will not allow me to use it. Arbiter's training facility. Eden's Bounty Agri Center. I guess that would probably be the fastest way, huh? Back to there, just follow the road back.
Just
looped around my shoe and I didn't even notice it. Alright, I'm gonna save here, and I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night. It is 12:09 a.m. That's 9 minutes after midnight, U.S. Central Time. I want to take a minute to thank Dark Tao King, Jack Valentine, and Drew for all stopping in this evening. I appreciate all three of you. I also want to thank anybody else that might have stuck their head in this evening, anyone who might be lurking, anyone who might be watching the VOD. I appreciate each and every one of you, and I hope everybody sleeps very well this evening. I hope everyone has a fantastic day tomorrow. And I'll see anybody interested tomorrow night when we get back to Assassin's Creed Valhalla. We are done with Ireland, working our way through the Isle of Skye. See what's plaguing the dreams of the people there. So that is going to be tomorrow night.